My good friend Senator Rubio, soon to be Secretary of State, I hope you're listening to what I'm talking about. What we're debating today is important. I don't mean to say that. And I'm not kidding you. I'm not going to bubble wrap it. If Senator Sanders' resolution passes, it will precipitate a foreign policy crisis. But this foreign policy crisis is being perpetrated or prosecuted right now, and it's another foreign policy crisis, and it's going on, all because President Biden and Vice President Harris want to appease the United Nations and China. And President Trump, please, pretty please with sugar on top, pick up the phone and call the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and say, don't sign that treaty. Don't give away the Chagos Islands. Don't give away America's military base. Don't do it. If we object, they won't. If we don't say anything, they will. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, over the past year, we have used our voices and influence to press for the protection of civilians in Gaza, for access to vital humanitarian assistance, to bring home the hostages, and to end this conflict. We all know that it's our responsibility to do more, Israel's responsibility to do more, and the international community's responsibility to do more to protect innocent victims. But even as we work to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, we must be clear about our commitment to our long-standing bipartisan commitment to the State of Israel. It's been the bedrock of our foreign policy in the Middle East, a special relationship that was established in 1948 when President Truman, against the advice at that time of the State Department, because there were more Arab states than just one Israel, but against the advice of his State Department, President Truman recognized the State of Israel immediately after the United Nations vote. And that special relationship is based upon two countries, Israel and the United States, both democracies, shared values. We share intelligence information, military information, and much, much more. That special relationship is important to Israel, and it's important to America's national security interests. We both benefit from it. Part of that special relationship is the United States is committed to making available to Israel the military arms it needs in order to defend itself from the dangers in the region. We have mutual adversaries, Iran and its proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and many others. The threats are real. The adversaries are not just Israel's adversaries, they are our adversaries. Now, to the three resolutions that we have before us, and how does that relate to this issue? Senate Joint Resolution 111 deals with tank munitions. Now, Mr. President, these tank munitions have a delivery date 3 years from now. These are replenishments. This is so Israel has the capacity to defend itself against the future threats that we know are in the region, that are real. It's not engaged in the current conflict in Gaza or Lebanon. It's for Israel's ability to defend itself against the threats that are real in the region. Senate Joint Resolution 113, mortar munitions, delivery date about 1.5 years from now. Again, it's for the replenishment of their supplies. It's to make sure that they're not caught in a situation where they can't defend themselves against future threats. This is the wrong vehicles for expressing ourselves in regards to the conflict that exists today. But if we are going to talk about the conflict that exists today, then the spotlight should be on Hamas, not Israel. The third resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 115, the JDAMs. This one I really don't understand. These are precision kits that go on munitions. They're not the munitions themselves. And without the JDAMs, the precision of the munitions is not as great. What does that mean? It means it has a much higher likelihood of missing the target. Collateral damage, civilians killed and injured. So it's counterproductive to the safety of the communities. I don't understand why we want to prevent Israel from having the technology to have precision use of its munitions. To me, that makes no sense at all. But as I pointed out, the spotlight should be on Hamas. Why are we in this conflict? October 7th, brutal attack by Hamas. We don't hear a lot of talk about that. The hostages. We talk about the release of the hostages. They never should have been taken. Why? Where's the outrage in the international community? Where's the outrage here about Hamas holding hostages, some of whom are Americans? That's where the outrage should be. Hamas uses human shields. Yes, we bereave the loss of innocent life, but Hamas makes it much more likely there's going to be the casualties of innocent life. They embedded themselves in hospitals and universities and make it so much more difficult for Israel to conduct a military campaign. Why isn't the focus on the terrorists? And then there's humanitarian assistance. We've heard from our own State Department people as recently as today that the challenges for humanitarian assistance is made so much more difficult because of Hamas using it as a weapon to deny its own people humanitarian help, making it extremely difficult for the deliveries to take place. So, Mr. President, I am somewhat confused. I don't understand these resolutions as furthering the cause for what the sponsor has indicated. The sponsor says that he disagrees that blocking these offensive arms sales will only embolden terrorist organizations such as Hamas and Hezbollah, as well as their sponsors in Iran. But if the U.S. Senate fails to provide the support to Israel now, what else would our adversaries believe? This would be a sign of weakness in our resolve to fight the terrorism in the region. It would be a gift to Iran. And let me talk about the cost. You hear a lot about taxpayer costs. Canceling these contracts, they have cancellation clauses. This will cost the taxpayers money, not save the taxpayers money. But I want to talk lastly about the timing of this. And I want to talk about, let me quote from the message we received from the Biden administration. These resolutions are particularly untimely and counterproductive as we are working to secure a ceasefire in Lebanon. U.S. officials are in Beirut now working to finalize this deal, a deal that is only possible because of the military pressure Hezbollah is under. Disapproving arms purchases for Israel at this moment would jeopardize those talks and put wind in the sails of Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas at the worst possible moment. Mr. President, these resolutions should be defeated. As the administration has said, we urge you to oppose the JRDs, which will prolong the wars, not shorten them, put Israel at risk, and inject wind in the sails of Iran and its proxies, just as they're facing an historic low point and looking for a deal. I urge my colleagues to reject all three of these resolutions. Let us continue to work together for peace in the Middle East. Let us work and isolate the terrorists in the region, Iran and its proxies. Let's work with our allies and partners in the region to do exactly that. Let's not make the matter worse by calling into question our commitment to make sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself against the future threats that are in that region. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Vermont.
Let me begin by pointing out, although it may not be obvious here in the Senate, that poll after poll shows that a strong majority of the American people oppose sending more weapons and military aid to fuel Netanyahu's vicious and destructive war machine. And I would also add, because some of this has come up, that according to a poll commissioned by J Street, a pro-Israel Jewish organization, 62% of Jewish Americans support withholding weapons shipments to Israel until Netanyahu agrees to an immediate ceasefire. And let me just mention a few of the organizations who think that the time is now to stop giving money to Netanyahu, to ignore America's laws and our values. Some of the major trade unions in America, the SEIU, the United Auto Workers, United Electrical Workers, Amnesty International, the Arab American Institute, the Association of U.S. Catholic Priests, the Friends Committee on National Legislation, Oxfam America, the Episcopal Church, the United Church of Christ, the United Methodist Church, General Board of Church and Society, the American Baptist Churches USA, the Global Ministries of the Christian Church. These amendments, these resolutions have strong support all across this country by people who understand that we cannot continue to fund the horrific war machine and the atrocities that Netanyahu is committing. These resolutions come down to a few basic points. First of all, should the United States government obey the law? And the law is very clear, is that we as a government cannot fund other countries who are in violation of international human rights or who are blocking humanitarian aid. Now, if somebody here wants to come down and say, I don't like that law, the United States government should give money to any government it wants, no matter what they do, no matter how atrocious their behavior is, come down and change the law. But that ain't the law now. The law is based on moral principles that says when the United States provides military arms, those countries that receive those weapons cannot violate international human rights and cannot block humanitarian aid. And that is precisely what Israel is doing. That's not me who says that. That is what virtually every humanitarian organization working in Gaza right now says. So if you believe that we should obey the law, you got to vote for these resolutions. Number two, from a moral perspective, we cannot turn a blind eye to one of the worst humanitarian disasters in the modern history of this world, a humanitarian disaster that we are significantly funding My colleagues, as we speak, thousands and thousands of children in Gaza are starving to death. In an area of 2.2 million people, 43,000 are dead. Over 100,000 have been injured. We cannot turn a blind eye to that humanitarian disaster caused in part by U.S. financial support to Netanyahu. And thirdly, I heard about the United States' role in the world. Well, I will tell you that our role is significantly diminished if we continue to support Netanyahu and this humanitarian disaster that is currently taking place. What is the moral standard that we have to critique other countries? How do you critique Iran for their terrible human rights record? How do you critique China or Russia for their terrible human rights records? Because if you get here on the floor of the Senate and you make that critique, people around the world will laugh at you. And they will say, don't give us advice, don't criticize us when you have supported the mass starvation of children with your taxpayer dollars. So, Mr. President, this is a very important vote. It's an important vote because it tells the world that we will not continue supporting a government which violates American law, which violates international law, and which violates the humanitarian standards that I would hope every member of the Senate upholds. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Without objection. Questions on the motion to discharge?
Is
there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Thank you. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Heinrich, Kane, King, Ossoff, Sanders, and Smith. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blumenthal, Booker, Butler, Capito, Cornyn, Crapo, Hassan, Klobuchar, Langford, Rubio, Tester, and Thune. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Thanks. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Daines? No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? No. Mr. Paul? No. Ms. Sinema? No. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Lummis? No. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Cardin? No. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Moran, no. Oop. Ms. Warren, aye. And you're Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Budd? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? No. Mrs. Murray? No. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Helmy, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Young, no.
Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Carper. Aye. Mr. Murphy. Aye. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Carper. No. Mr. Haggerty. No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
The yeas are 18, the nays are 79. One senator responded present. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
The senator from Vermont.
President, pursuant to Section 36B of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 113 relating to the disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale to the government of Israel of certain defense articles and services.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge S.J. Res. 113, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale of the government of Israel
President,
of certain defense articles and
I would
services.
ask unanimous consent to dispense with further reading of the resolution.
Without objection, under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes for debate, equally divided.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
the law is very clear. This is not a complicated issue. U.S. weapons cannot be provided to countries who violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. It goes without saying that Israel had a right to defend itself from the horrific Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th. But Israel did not have the right to kill 43,000 Palestinians and injure over 100,000, 60% of whom are women, children, and the elderly. It did not have the right to destroy Gaza's infrastructure, healthcare system, schools, and university. And it certainly does not have the right to starve thousands and thousands of children in Gaza. The United States cannot be complicit to these atrocities. We cannot give billions of dollars to the Netanyahu government and have them defy U.S. law while they take U.S. money. I urge a yes vote on this resolution.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
in opposition to the resolution, and let me just cite the views that we received from the administration, which we urge you to oppose the resolutions which will prolong the wars, not shorten them, put Israel at risk, and inject wind into the sails of Iran and its proxies, just as they are facing an historic low point and looking for a deal. This resolution only will prolong the war. It will put Israel at risk in fighting our mutual enemies, and I would urge my colleagues to reject the resolution.
The question is on the motion to discharge. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Durbin, Kane, King, Markey, Sanders, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Britt, Cardin, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Ernst, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Kelly, Lee, Padilla, Hall, Reed, Risch, Rubio, Scott of South Carolina, Tester, Tuberville, Whitehouse, Wicker, Young. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Rono, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. Aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Stabenow? No. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no.
Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Butler, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Thune, no.
The yeas are 19, the nays are 78. One senator responded present. The motion is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Madam President, pursuant to Section 36C of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 115 relating to the disapproval of the proposed license amendment for the export of certain defense articles, defense services, and technical data to Israel.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Vermont, Mr. Sanders, moves to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 115, providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed.
I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with further reading of the resolution.
Without objection. Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes for debate equally divided.
Thank you. Two basic points. First one is the same point that has to be made over and over again. What we are doing is in violation of the law. U.S. weapons cannot be provided to countries who violate internationally recognized human rights or block U.S. humanitarian aid. According to all of the international humanitarian organizations on the ground in Gaza right now, that is exactly what Israel is doing. So a no vote is to allow us to continue breaking the law. Second point, this one deals with JDAMs, which are systems that make bombs more precise. And on the surface, it sounds, well, that's a good thing. You don't want...
Order, please.
You'd rather use smart bombs than dumb bombs, and when you do that, you save civilian lives. The problem is that what Israel has been doing is using JDAMs to target UN schools packed with displaced people, target refugee centers, and kill large numbers of innocent people. So a smart bomb does not save civilian lives when it is directly targeting civilians. I would ask for a yes vote on this resolution.
Does anyone seek time in opposition?
Madam President,
The senator from Maryland.
in opposition to the resolution, quite frankly, I'm perplexed with this one. Because as the sponsor indicated, we're talking about the guidance systems on munitions, which makes it precise. And despite what the sponsor of the resolution says, Israel targets military targets of terrorists. Yes, Hamas makes it more challenging by where they locate the targets, in hospitals and schools, etc. But without the guidance system, there's going to be greater civilian losses. So if you're concerned about humanitarian issues, I don't know how you can possibly vote for this resolution. In addition, of course, as the administration pointed out, they oppose this resolution because it would prolong the war, not shorten it, put Israel at risk, and inject wind into the sails of Iran and its proxies, just as they're facing a historic low point. and looking for a deal. I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution.
The question is on the motion to discharge.
Nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Carden, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall. Thank you. Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thank you. Mrs. Shaheen. I got you. Thank you. Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Heinrich, Kane, Sanders, Schatz, and Van Hollen. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Budd, Butler, Cardin, Carper, Cassidy, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Johnson, Lummis, Moran, Ossoff, Paul, Peters, Reed, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sinema, Tester, Thune, and Tuberville. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Smith? Aye. Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Casey? No. Ms. Collins? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Helmy, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cruz, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 17, the nays are 80. One senator responded present. The motion is not agreed to. The senator from Kentucky.
I move to proceed to calendar number 566, Senate Joint Resolution 117.
The clerk will report the motion.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 566, SJ Res 117, relating to the disapproval of the presidential report with respect to the indebtedness of the government of Ukraine.
Under the previous order, there will now be 1 hour for debate, equally divided.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, yesterday marked a somber milestone. 1,000 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. Over 1 million lives have been lost or wounded, a staggering human toll. Yet instead of seeking a path to peace, the Biden administration is choosing escalation. Billions of taxpayer dollars have been funneled into this conflict with little or no oversight and no end in sight. It's as if writing blank checks has become our primary foreign policy strategy. This has extracted a huge human cost. Just days ago, President Biden authorized Ukraine to use American-provided long-range weapons to strike inside Russia. Let me repeat that. We are now enabling attacks using U.S. weaponry inside Russian territory. When I first saw the headline, I didn't believe it. I hoped it was maybe a joke or fake news. It was neither. It was real. Now, this is not a step toward de-escalation. Nothing could be further from that. In fact, this is a dangerous provocation, one that brings the United States perilously, unacceptably close to a direct conflict.
Please.
Unacceptably close to a direct conflict with a nuclear-armed adversary. In response, Russia has updated its nuclear doctrine, lowering the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons. This, Madam President, is not a game. The rounds are live and flying, and I would add, deadly. The specter of nuclear war is now looming larger than it has in decades. Yet the administration seems undeterred, even willing, as if eager to risk U.S. security for the sake of scoring one last cheap political point against the incoming Trump administration and the American people. Now, in the twilight of its tenure, the Biden administration is quietly attempting to forgive half of Ukraine's economic and aid package from the last supplemental appropriations bill, a whopping $4.7 billion given away for free if President Biden has his way. The American people are being deceived by the Biden administration. Americans were told Ukraine would repay that sum when this bill passed. In fact, that's part of how they got it passed. It was, you might say, a without which not of that bill's passage. Now, they're being stuck with the tab. Now, let's be clear. Forcing the American people To pick up this tab removes an essential point of leverage for the U.S. to bring Ukraine to the negotiating table. It prolongs a bloody war. It drains our own scarce, precious resources and gives Ukraine a freebie we don't extend, even to our closest allies, all without accountability or a strategy that prioritizes America's interests first. But it's worse than that. It does so in a way that puts us in the firing line of a nuclear-armed adversary. Moreover, a significant portion of this sum was allocated to fund the salaries of President Zelensky and Ukrainian bureaucrats. What kind of message does that send? At a time when American families are pinching pennies because we've spent money we don't have, causing us to just print more money, causing every dollar the American people earn to buy less. It's absolutely unconscionable that their hard-earned tax dollars are being used to underwrite the administrative costs of a foreign government and the salaries of foreign bureaucrats, all in a way that makes us less safe, all in a way that puts us in a precarious position we haven't faced since most of us were children. Our constituents are tightening their belts and making tough decisions about health care, education, and basic necessities. Yet we're being asked to finance the operational expenses of another nation's government? Madam President, we have a duty, a solemn duty, a sacred duty to our constituents to ensure that their hard-earned money is spent wisely and ethically, and at a minimum, not in a way that makes them less safe, not in a way that paints a target on their back for an adversary with nuclear weapons. We certainly have a constitutional duty to prevent unnecessary escalation that could lead to catastrophic consequences. And we have a duty to uphold the will of the American people who very recently, just over 2 weeks ago, voted for a different president with a different foreign policy, one that works for the American people and not against them. Instead, as a final parting gift, and yes, I use that word very, very euphemistically, the Biden administration wants to saddle the American people with a tab that they don't want, that they never agreed to, that they expressly rejected at the ballot box, and that they cannot afford. That's why I stand in full, wholehearted support of Senator Rand Paul's joint resolution of disapproval to block this misguided, dangerous, reckless wealth transfer to a corrupt foreign government. I call on all of my colleagues to do the same. We need to halt this dangerous path and give the incoming administration every tool to pursue a strategy that prioritizes peace and America's interests. The American people have spoken and resoundingly and with good reason rejected the policies of this administration that escalate conflicts and prolong wars. The American people deserve better. They should expect more. They strive and yearn for peace. Rand Paul's measure would help advance that. Doing nothing would impair it. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Georgia.
Madam President, I rise not in response to the senator from Utah or to address the matter being raised by Senator Paul, but to address the resolutions that were debated previously with respect to U.S. policy in the Middle East. And Mr. President, in 1982, as Israeli forces pursued the PLO deep into Lebanon, President Reagan was angered by what he viewed as excessive civilian casualties resulting from the Israeli bombardment of Beirut. Concerned by the suffering of innocent civilians and its impact on American diplomacy, not only did President Reagan personally call Israeli Prime Minister Begin and demand a halt to the bombing, and the bombing reportedly stopped within hours. But the American president then blocked the provision of cluster munitions to Israel out of concern that their use by the IDF was killing too many innocent people. President Reagan imposed conditions on the provision of U.S. arms, using leverage to influence the conduct of an ally. He took those steps to protect innocent life and to defend what he perceived to be America's interests. And Israel, faced by President Reagan's ultimatum, adjusted its policy to accommodate America's demands. The United States remained Israel's closest ally, and the world kept turning. This story is not a perfect mirror image for the agonizing situation we face today and have faced since the despicable Hamas attacks of October 7th. Today, Israel faces a multi-front assault by Iran and its proxies, while the war in Gaza has devastated the territory's civilian population. But I tell this story, Mr. President, to remind my colleagues that in the pursuit of America's national interests, to use the leverage that comes with the provision of arms, as President Reagan did in 1982, is not just sometimes necessary, it's expected and appropriate. The United States is and will remain Israel's closest ally. Our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad. But no foreign government is simply entitled as a matter of right to American weapons with no strings attached. No foreign government, no matter how close an ally, gets everything it wants, whenever it wants, to use however it wants. It is entirely appropriate for the United States to insist that foreign powers use American weapons consistent with our interests, our values, and our laws. And to insist otherwise weakens American foreign policy and undermines our ability to protect the interests of the American people. And to impose conditions on the provision of certain weapons to an ally, when necessary, is not a betrayal of that alliance. It is the pursuit of our national interest. Again, President Reagan understood that in 1982. So let's apply the principle to the present moment. In November of last year, I addressed the Senate on the war in Gaza. In the aftermath of the October 7th attack, affirming Israel's right to defend itself, to wage war against and defeat its enemies. And I affirmed, as I do again today, America's enduring support for our ally. I also urged that Israel respect American requests to reduce unnecessary civilian casualties in Gaza, to provide safe passage for food and essential medical supplies, to clearly define Israeli objectives, to present a credible plan for Gaza's future governance, and to prevent atrocities by Israeli extremists in the West Bank. These requests of the Israeli political leadership have been made not just by me and many others in the Senate, but repeatedly by the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the President over the past year. That Israel take these reasonable and necessary steps has been and remains in America's national interest. No one in this body or the American government has suggested that Israel lay down its arms and be overrun, or that Israel does not have a right and indeed an obligation to defeat its enemies and defend its people. Rather, the United States has insisted that Israel's conduct of the war respect our interests and our values, the interests and values of Israel's closest ally. And yet, for the most part, this insistence has been ignored. The United States has been ignored in part because the Israeli Prime Minister is beholden to cabinet ministers in Mr. Smotrich and Ben-Gvir who insist there be no deviation from policies that are gratuitously brutal, even over American objections. We should be disgusted by the spectacle of Israeli extremists running amok in the West Bank, sometimes with the protection of Israeli security forces, shooting and maiming goat herders and olive farmers and burning and seizing their land. And the American people are rightly horrified by the lack of sufficient concern for innocent Palestinian life that has left so many children unnecessarily dead in Gaza, without limbs or riddled with shrapnel. As I said on the floor last year, no one should be naive to the inherent risk to civilians that comes with warfare in a place like Gaza against an enemy like Hamas. Tragically, horribly, fighting terrorists in a dense urban environment makes civilian casualties inevitable. And yet the evidence that force has repeatedly been applied with reckless disregard for the innocent is too credible for us to ignore. We are talking about precious, innocent children and other innocent civilians who might otherwise be alive or without grievous wounds today. And Mr. President, these things aren't just horrific, they're inconsistent with America's national security interests. Yet we seem to have forgotten that we have the power to influence our allies' conduct, and that we can do so without betraying our ally. It's often said that our efforts to influence close allies are best done in private and, where possible, done gently, and I agree. But in this case, that has not been sufficient, nor have heartfelt public statements and harshly worded letters been effective. So what would President Reagan do? Judging by his actions 40 years ago, I think he would judiciously use the power that comes with our provision of weapons in order to shape Israel's conduct. Some have taken to the floor tonight to argue that holding up 2 or 3 arms sales today would have been an abandonment of our ally, leaving Israel naked and undefended in the face of Iranian aggression. And that's nonsense. The question on the floor today was not whether to shut off military support for Israel. The resolutions we debated accounted for less than 5% of American arms that will likely flow to Israel over the next 3 years, and most of the shipments debated will not even arrive until 2026 or 27. Bipartisan American support for Israel's non-negotiable right to exist and to defend itself is rock solid. Had these resolutions passed, however, perhaps Israeli politicians would have received the necessary message that has so far been disregarded, which is, yes, defend yourself. Yes, defeat your enemies, but have mercy for the innocent. Restrain your own extremists and respect the interests of the United States. The realization that every shipment is not simply available on an unlimited basis with no strings attached might have resulted in changes to Israeli policy that would reduce civilian suffering and support America's regional and global interests, as he believed it would when President Reagan used American power in 1982. I remain steadfastly committed to the U.S.-Israel alliance, and I also believe we must be willing to say no, even to our closest friends, when we believe it is in America's national interest. And I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Joint Resolution 117, the motion to proceed, and I rise as the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to relate to our colleagues why I'm against this resolution and how we got to this vote. This body passed aid to Ukraine by a 79-18 bipartisan vote. It approved the necessary funding for Ukraine to be able to defend itself against Mr. Putin's aggression, Russia's aggression, and it allowed us, with our coalition partners, to be able to have a unified front against Russia's attempt to change borders by force. Now, that legislation included the authority to the president to forgive and cancel debt. That's what President Biden did under the authority given to him by a 79-18 vote in this body. The president executed that authority, and yes, the Senate has the opportunity by a resolution to override that. But I would urge my colleagues to remember why we voted by a 79-18 vote on this floor to help Ukraine. Ukraine is the front line in our defense for democracy. No one believes that Russia would stop if Ukraine were to fall with just Ukraine. We know that Russia has its eyes on Moldova and Georgia. We know the Baltic countries are very much in the eye of Russia. Poland is concerned, and Europe is concerned. It's in our national security interest to make sure that Russia's aggression in Ukraine is stopped and Ukraine's sovereignty is protected. Now, Russia is not alone in this. There is an alliance developing of autocratic states against our democratic systems of government. Russia is getting help from the People's Republic of China. They're getting direct help from North Korea. They're getting weapons from Iran. They are getting help from these autocratic partners. We are literally fighting for our democratic way of life. It's not just Europe that is of concern. If Ukraine were to fall, it makes it much more likely that the People's Republic of China would think that they could take over Taiwan, and the West would just let them do that, and China could very well try to take that over by force. So there's a lot at stake in here. Now, Ukraine is footing the burden. It's their soldiers that are on the battlefield. They're devoting 100% of their ability to the war effort. And they're asking us to help make sure that their economy can perform. So this debt relief goes to maintain their economy, to maintain their energy and agricultural sectors. And it would unlock IMF, International Monetary Funds, to Ukraine without cost to the American taxpayer. This debt relief makes sense from so many different points. To protect Ukraine's ability to keep its economy moving so they can pursue their defense of their nation, that we have an ally and friend that stops the aggression of Russia and says no to the alliance that's being formed against democratic states. It's a very small price for us to pay to maintain our democracy and to prevent the need for American soldiers fighting on foreign soil. I urge my colleagues to reject the resolution. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier this year, we passed a bipartisan national security supplemental that included crucial economic aid to Ukraine, which was structured as a forgivable loan. The Senate vote was overwhelmingly and bipartisan, 79-18. That's because there is wide understanding on both sides of this aisle that support for Ukraine is an investment in our own national security interests. And that includes the economic support in that package, because while weapons are important, the costs of war are not just measured in arms, and the burdens are not only borne by the military. There are day-to-day government functions that must continue to support the war effort and for the sake of the very families and communities Ukraine is fighting for, and that includes work to defend and repair critical infrastructure, roads, bridges, energy, water, work to fight off cyber attacks and corruption which threaten to weaken critical functions of government, work to support the energy and agricultural sectors that are crucial to Ukraine's economic stability, not to mention the global food supply. And there's work to make sure first responders can keep doing their jobs, mental health and support services that can reach veterans, internally displaced families, and others in need. And teachers and schools can keep supporting kids, which is the future of every country. These investments are crucial to Ukraine's future and its resistance of Putin's invasion. And given how important those investments are, it's worth noting that these dollars came with 3 layers of oversight and audits to make sure they are being used as intended. The vote today is a test of whether we truly understand what is at stake here, not just for Ukraine, but for America's strength as a global leader. It is a test of how closely we stand by our allies in their times of need. Our adversaries are watching for us to fail. They're hoping to tell everyone, watch out before you accept any help from the U.S. They're hoping allies start doubting our promises. They're hoping other countries start second-guessing whether to build stronger ties with America. They are hoping we weaken our position in the world and weaken Ukraine in the process. We cannot let that happen. I urge my colleagues to send a message. American leadership is strong, and our support for our allies is unwavering, and it is in our own national security interests. I urge all of them to join me in opposing this joint resolution of disapproval. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Here we go again with the Ukraine first, America last policy. Earlier this week, President Biden delivered a report to Congress informing us that he now intends to forgive or cancel $4.65 billion worth of U.S. loans to Ukraine. Now, you might ask yourself, when were these loans issued? Oh, about a month or two ago. Well, when does Ukraine have to pay back these loans that we're forgiving? Well, they made an agreement to start paying them back in 40 years. President Biden is forgiving loans that aren't due for 40 years. This makes a mockery of the entire charade that this is a loan. They should have just said it was a gift. A forgivable loan? It's not even a loan. It's not due for 40 years, and we're forgiving it now. These funds were provided by the American taxpayer in the form of loans with the expectations that they would be repaid. We're not going to wait any period of time. They weren't even going to be repaid for 40 years, and we're forgiving them. That is a sick joke, and a sick joke on every American who's got a loan at the bank for their house that has to pay their mortgage every month, and yet Ukraine's never going to have to pay their loans. Seems like this is Ukraine first, America last. We've got a $36 trillion debt in our country. We're paying $1 trillion in interest. We can barely keep up. We're not keeping up with all the things we've promised Americans: Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, food stamps, all the things that have been promised. We're $2 trillion short. So what do? We're just shipping billions to Ukraine. About $200 billion has been sent so far. Such blatant disregard of American citizens is unacceptable. The joint resolution of disapproval that I put forward today provides the Senate an opportunity to prevent the president from doing this, from canceling this debt, from making a mockery of the idea that it was ever a loan. We will not stand idly by as the president elevates the interest of a foreign country above our own. And let me remind President Biden that due to his failed policies over the last 4 years, Americans across this country are struggling with their loans. Today, some 37 million Americans live under the poverty line, including 9 million children. 50% of Americans say they are living paycheck to paycheck. And yet the concern is for the loans of a foreign country that will never be repaid, that we're not even going to begin to be repaid for 40 years. This is an insult to every American who has a mortgage that they have to pay. 8 out of 10 Americans who earn less than $50,000 a year are unable to cover their future bills until their next paycheck arrives. Americans living paycheck to paycheck, and we're shipping this money to a foreign country. They'll never be asked to repay it. In 40 years, if they were somehow gloriously successful again, 40 years from now, they're still not going to be asked to pay this. Americans are working 2, sometimes 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And while millions of Americans work day in and day out to pay off their own personal loans, President Biden wants to forgive Ukraine's economic loans without any debate. This was rushed forward. I was fortunate enough to get 16 colleagues to allow this vote to happen, but they didn't want this vote to happen. They gave us a short window, and boom, it's going to be gone. They don't want a discussion about how obviously insulting this is to every American to do this. The American people have been more than generous when it comes to supporting Ukraine. In the nearly 3 years of this war, Congress has appropriated nearly $200 billion in aid. For 3 years, the American people have been sold the lie that if we only send tens of billions more of their dollars to Ukraine, that Ukraine would be able to push Russians out, secure the 2014 borders, and achieve victory in the battlefield. It won't happen. The president of Ukraine, the generals of Ukraine, the people who have followed this situation all agree the war is at a stalemate. Trillions of dollars more will only lead to more carnage in the battlefield, and it won't achieve victory. These assertions were always farcical, as they failed to contend with basic battlefield realities. Despite massive assistance presided by the United States and others, Ukraine is no better off now than they were 3 years ago. It is arguable that their ability to negotiate, as they've lost more land to Russia, is actually that their leverage for negotiation with Russia is less than it was when the war began. In fact, Ukraine is now in worse negotiating position because they've likely incurred hundreds of thousands of casualties and now face a critical manpower shortage. That shortage is becoming impossible to ignore as Russia consolidates its gains and continues to make progress across eastern Ukraine. Americans may be surprised to discover that their aid has not, in fact, shifted the war in Ukraine's favor. They may also be surprised to learn that much of the money Congress sends to Ukraine isn't actually being used to support Ukraine's military. While American families struggle to put food on the table and keep the lights on, U.S. taxpayers are paying for the salaries of thousands of Ukrainian bureaucrats, their pensions. We are paying for their teachers. Do our teachers make enough money? Probably not. But I'm guessing if you ask an American teacher, should we be paying the salaries of Ukrainian teachers, you might get a debate. We're paying their health workers' salaries, their first responders. We're buying seeds and fertilizer for their farmers, and we're bankrolling Ukrainian small businesses. A report conducted earlier this year found that 43% of small businesses in America were unable to pay their rent in full and on time in the month of April. Yet, we're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine to subsidize their small businesses. A report by CBS News discovered that U.S. taxpayers are helping a Ukrainian knitwear company find new international companies overseas. Oh boy, we're helping Ukrainian businesses expand overseas. But we don't even need independent journalists to highlight such absurdities. USAID bragged on their own website about how they provided funding for 6 Ukrainian fashion brands to participate in Paris Fashion Week. I'm sure they will be glad that they won't be paying back any loans. This is what we're asking the American people to pay for, to send Ukrainian fashion brands to Paris Fashion Show? I've never had one constituent in Kentucky come up to me and say, please send more money. We're fine in Appalachia. We're fine in rural Kentucky. I don't think there's anybody in Asheville, North Carolina today that's pleading for more of your money to be sent to Ukraine. It's bad enough, but it's also impossible to ensure that this amount of money actually gets to the misguided priorities that have been set. The Government Accountability Office admits that there are a number of ways in which federal agencies could improve oversight and aid to Ukraine. It's been 3 years. Why hasn't the government improved the oversight? Well, because it's impossible to send so much aid to a country as quickly as we have and expect that there won't be waste, fraud, and abuse. I forced the Senate to vote on a special inspector general for Ukraine, and the Ukraine First Uniparty, both sides of the aisle, voted it down. Even with a special inspector general, it's nearly impossible to ensure oversight on this vast amount of money in such a short period of time. Adding insult to injury, Ukraine is consistently ranked as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Transparency International ranked Ukraine 104th out of 180 countries in 2023, with respect to honesty and integrity, and also found that 23% of the public service users paid a bribe in the previous 12 months in Ukraine. And yet we give billions of dollars and we have no special inspector general. And now, despite all of this, President Biden wants to forgive over $4.6 billion in loans that the U.S. taxpayer provided under the auspices that they would be repaid. This lunacy is just another example of how the Washington establishment is completely out of touch with Americans. You ask Americans about this, they've got to pay their loans. They don't understand forgiving Ukrainian loans. The election earlier this month made it eminently clear that the American people are sick and tired of the status quo. They are sick and tired of business as usual in Washington, and they want their elected officials to deliver change. It's fitting that in the final months of this disastrous presidency, Joe Biden caps off his foreign policy for the middle class by asking to cancel over $4.6 billion in aid in loans to Ukraine. Once again, prioritizing the interests of a foreign country at the expense of our own. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this resolution to disapprove of the president for giving this billions of dollars worth of loans to Ukraine and put the American people first.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to get into the debate before the floor, but I heard the city of Asheville referenced in the last debate from the gentleman from Kentucky, and I have to tell you, I'm not happy with that. I sat here last week and tried to do a unanimous consent request to fund the Small Business Administration loan, and my colleague from Kentucky objected. But don't pretend like this debate tonight has anything to do with Asheville, North Carolina, a town that just got drinking water 2 days ago. You want to argue this, don't argue it on the merits of something that you objected to me trying to accomplish last week for the city of Asheville. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Sometimes in Washington, memories get clouded and foggy, even after a week. The senator from North Carolina will remember that he objected to aid in North Carolina. He objected to small business loans. He objected to them simply because they were paid for. I offered unanimous consent, and it was blocked by the senator from North Carolina. I offered unanimous consent to immediately infuse more loans through the Small Business Administration for North Carolina that was hit hard by the flooding. The senator from North Carolina blocked his own bill because I proposed that it be paid for by taking green energy boondoggle loans. So don't be tricked by any flim-flammery or any sort of making up of history. The senator from North Carolina last week blocked his own aid passage that I agreed to let go unanimously as long as it was paid for by taking some extra money from another part of the budget. Don't be fooled.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
I understand we have about 7 or 8 minutes left. I may need to use all of them. Mr. President, let's talk about tomfoolery. Let's talk about being disingenuous. The gentleman from Kentucky knows damn well that he proposed an amendment that would have actually caused the bill to fail. The gentleman from Kentucky also knows very well that the House has a posture that the disaster recovery bill has to be funded. The gentleman from Kentucky knows that this aid that I'm trying to get to the House would have been fully funded. The gentleman from Kentucky also knows that I also support the amendment he offered, but he played the game that we play around here, tried to think that I wouldn't have the courage to stand up against that garbage amendment because it was the right amendment at the wrong time. I yield, Mr. President, unless there's additional time and someone else wants to speak.
It's very important that the truth be told about what went on with aid to North Carolina. I agreed to pass it unanimously as long as it was paid for. I won't be interrupted, Mr. President. I have the floor. Mr. President, I have the floor.
The senator from Kentucky has the floor.
I will not yield the floor. Mr. President, what has been said here is untrue.
The Senate will be in order. The senator from Kentucky has the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky has not yielded for an inquiry. The senator from Kentucky still holds the floor.
Mr. President, it's important that the truth be told and that people aren't allowed to stand and lie without challenge. The bill last week to give immediate aid to North Carolina was objected to by the senator from North Carolina. I agreed to let it go immediately by unanimous consent as long as it was paid for. The senator from North Carolina objected. These are the facts. This is the Senate record. The people of North Carolina can read this in the Senate record. He objected to his own bill because he was annoyed that I had the audacity to say we have a $2 trillion debt and we should pay for things. We had $4 trillion worth of green energy New Deal boondoggle spending, subsidies to big green energy companies, big corporations. He objected to taking money from green energy boondoggle projects and spending it in his own state. He objected to his own bill. So what I would say is the truth is important. The facts are important. We've had a very important debate here, and there is a general philosophical debate about whether or not we should spend money in Ukraine or in our country. We have had flooding problems in Kentucky. I haven't met one person who suffered from this who didn't say it was more important to spend the money in Kentucky than Ukraine. It is a debate that's worth having. The decisions we make over here should be about prioritizing spending. Where do we spend it? Do we borrow it? Where do we spend the money? This is what it's about. And the fact that the senator from North Carolina wants to rewrite history and say he didn't object to his own bill when he did is a lie. Just simply untrue. Just simply untrue.
Senator will suspend. Senate is reminded that there are rules of decorum in the Senate. Let me read you Rule 19. No senator in debate shall directly or indirectly by any form of words impute to another senator or other senators any conduct or motive unworthy or unbecoming of a senator.
I would regain the rest of my time. How much time do I have left?
There's 6.5 minutes remaining.
6.5 minutes.
Total remaining.
This side of the debate, which has
Senator from Kentucky is recognized.
30 minutes, will relinquish the remaining time on our side.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina is
first
recognized.
rise for a parliamentary inquiry.
Senator, state his inquiry.
Mr. President, I want to understand the effect of the gentleman from Kentucky relinquishing time. Does that mean that I would need to continue debate until the time is over, or at the time that I finish speaking, will we go to a vote? No more time left. There's about 4 minutes left.
There's 5.5 minutes remaining.
There are 5.5 minutes remaining. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Chair, do I have the floor? Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
The Senate will come to order.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
State the nature of your inquiry.
Does the senator from North Carolina have the floor?
The senator from North Carolina has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've been accused of lying. I don't mind that. I mean, I'm a politician. People do that every single day. But I believe that someone may be guilty of misleading this body about my position. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to take a few minutes to explain my position. It may or may not coincide with the end of time set aside for debate. But, Mr. Chair, our state motto is Esse quam videri. Mr. Chair, may I have order?
Senate will come to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senators will take conversations outside of the chamber. Senator from
Thank you,
North Carolina.
Mr. Chair. My state motto is Esse quam videri. That's Latin. It means to be rather than to seem. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman from Kentucky suggests that I'm against clawing back the Green New Deal and certain things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle passed through reconciliation. Why would anybody with any experience in this body think that it wouldn't be one of the first things I would vote for when we have reconciliation? Right? How can anybody possibly suggest that I am against clawing back policies that were passed through reconciliation because I'm going to need it to pay for tax reform when we pass reconciliation in the next Congress? So how can, and I have said that we're going to claw back things and we're going to pay for it. If you listen to the gentleman from Kentucky, he said, I'm against repealing that. Well, both can't be true, ladies and gentlemen. They just simply can't be true. I am for the very things, and I hope that the senator of Kentucky knows I'd be happy to co-sponsor that bill. If I have it, I will tomorrow. But I don't play games in this chamber. I actually fight, in this case, for the people of Western North Carolina who are suffering. I will defeat any amendment to aid to North Carolina if it stands in the way. But I know a little bit about legislative procedure, ladies and gentlemen, and anybody in here who pays attention to how a bill becomes law should watch this. We could pass the SBA funding bill out of here because 99 out of 100 senators said it was okay. One didn't. Now, we'd like to think that the House would receive it and pass it out because we have a tradition of not funding disaster recovery bills, but we know the current majority won't do it. So anybody with a modicum of experience in legislative procedure and actually passing bills that get to the president's desk would know that it will have to be funded, and my colleague from the Western North Carolina 11th District is working on a pay for now. So if you really care about the people of North Carolina, if you really understand the legislative process and you really understand the posture of the House, then you absolutely know that this bill would be paid for before it goes to the president's desk. Now, I have some people asking me why I'm talking, because I'm going to get the final say here, and I'm not going to let anyone else talk before we have to go to a vote. So if you're wondering why I'm going on, I'm not going to play the game of somebody coming up, I'm only quoting what they said about me, that I lied. So ladies and gentlemen, instead of relinquishing the time, unless I can be assured the minute I put this mic down, we're going to go to a vote, then I'm going to start quoting poetry or something because I'm not yielding until time is out. So, Mr. President, may I make a parliamentary inquiry?
Gentleman, state the nature of his inquiry.
Mr. President, how much time is left?
There are 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
7 minutes and 35 seconds.
7 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay. Mr. President, I do want... Mr. President, may I make an inquiry of the lady from the state of Washington?
Mr. President, I yield back all the Democratic time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington. Senator from Washington yields back all time. The question is now on the motion to proceed. Is there sufficient second?
She did, all right.
There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. What? Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Heidsmith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen.
Both guys, Lynn Flannery and Tom Foolery, are both Irish guys.
Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cotton, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Hawley, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Paul, Rubio, Schmidt, Tuberville, Van Hollen. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Butler, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Grassley, Heinrich, Kelly, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Ricketts, Romney, Sinema, Tester, Tillis, Welch, Wicker, Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Rono, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Helmy, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
Is she doing better?
Mr. Young, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Warnock? No. Mr. Carper? No. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
Have all senators voted? Does any senator wish to change his or her vote? The yeas are 37, the nays are 61, and the motion is not agreed to.
Madam President,
The majority whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Suknanen cloture motion be waived.
Without objection. By unanimous, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Counter Number 601, Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be the United States District Judge for the District of Columbia shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Aye.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Oh, sorry, I cannot. There, yeah. Cardin. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Yep, thanks. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, I got Bud. Thank you. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, I got you, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Merkley, Murray, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Stabenow, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lummis, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Romney, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, and Young. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Collins, no. So Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. This vote, the yeas are 51, the nays.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked, the Senate will resume executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Oh.
The Judiciary, Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Ready? Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding Rule 22, if cloture is invoked on the Suknanen nomination, the Senate immediately vote on the Murphy, Wong, Dixon, and Henry cloture motions in the order in which cloture was filed. Further, that during Thursday's session of the Senate, at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Republican Leader, the Senate vote on the Wise and Weilheimer cloture motions in the order in which the cloture was filed. Further, that if cloture is invoked on any of the above nominations, all post-cloture time be considered expired and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Republican Leader no earlier than Monday, December 2nd, 2024. Further, that the mandatory quorum calls for the above cloture motions be waived. Finally, that the cloture motion with respect to the Desai nomination be withdrawn and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nomination at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Republican Leader during Thursday's session of the Senate. For the information of members in plain English, this means we're going to have 4 votes tonight. We're not going to have those 2-hour intervening times, so we can get them done quickly if we stay in our seats. We then will vote tomorrow. We have 2 votes tomorrow morning and 1 vote before 1:45.
Is there objection?
Let's lock this in, and then let's work.
Without objection.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
When I know more than Gary. Consent that the the mandatory quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection. The Senate will come to order. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 650, Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts, to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts to the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schott, Mr. Schmidt,
Somebody watching a video?
Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Carper, Durbin, Fetterman, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Moran, Paul, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Markowski, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Hawley? No. Mr. Helmy? Aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kane, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, Brian Edward Murphy.
The Senate will come to order.
Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 650, Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts, to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Anne Wong of California to be United States District Judge for the District Court of Columbia?
Madam President,
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that this and all subsequent roll calls be 10 minutes in duration.
Is there objection? No, without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 707, Anne Huang of California, to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Anne Wong of California to be the United States District Judge for the Central District of California shall be brought to the close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, I heard, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, there you are. Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Budd, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
I just immediately grabbed my phone.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Brown, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye.
It hasn't even been 10 minutes yet, sir. It's only been 9.
Ms. Murkowski, no. On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 48. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Anne Huang of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 711, Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California, to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, Young. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Braun, no.
Work it out. Okay, I got it. The yeas are 50, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
The Judiciary, Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California to be U.S. District Judge for the Central District of California.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 779, Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania, to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that Majority Leader? Okay. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. I did. Thank you. Gotcha. Johnson. Johnson, Tuberville, Paul. Tuberville, Paul. Butler. Yes, I do. Pardon? Graham. Young.
Daines, no. Thank you.
James, thank you. Capito. Yep.
Thank you. Risch, no.
Mrs. Blackburn. Yes, I do. Thank you. Brown. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker.
Blackburn, you skipped me.
No, I heard you.
Oh, I'm no.
Thank you. No, no. And Rubio and Fisher. Thank you. Kelly. Shots. Peters. Not funny. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capita, Mr. Cardin. I heard you. Yes. Kennedy. Cassidy. Cassidy. No. Rounds.
No.
Thank you. Okay, Casey. I do. Thank you. Welch, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Romney. Wicker, gotcha. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey.
No for me.
Thank you. Moran. Hickenlooper King. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night. Rosen. Cotton. I got you. You got me? Yeah. Cotton. Romney.
Next week, man.
Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Thank you. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines. Thank you.
Tony, can you do tests?
Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley.
I'm going to push you over right now. Push you over more.
Mr. Haggerty. Thank you. Good night. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley. I do have you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have an amendment?
Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla.
Encounter number what?
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Mr. Schmidt. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Braun. Thank you. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Heidsmith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Vance, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Smith, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 49, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
This will.
Yeah, at the very end.
Okay. The majority leader is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session, be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 285 S 1153.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 285 S 1153, a bill to require the Secretary of Commerce to establish the National Manufacturing Advisory Council and so forth, and for other purposes.
I ask.
Is there objection?
I ask unanimous consent the committee reported substitute amendment be withdrawn, the Peters substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered and read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill as amended.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
I ask that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 484 S 3959.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 484 S 3959, a bill to require the Transportation Security Administration to streamline the enrollment processes and so forth, and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the committee reported substitute amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 7218, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 7218, an act to amend Title III of the Public Health Service Act and so forth, and for other purposes.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent the motion to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed with the immediate consideration of H.R. 8932, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 8932, an act to establish an earlier application processing cycle and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I further ask the bill be considered read a third time and passed. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Commerce Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-Res 894 and the resolution be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 902, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 902 relating to the death of Timothy Peter Johnson, former senator for the state of South Dakota.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following Senate resolutions: S-Res 903, S-Res 904, S-Res 905, S-Res 906, S-Res 907.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection. that we will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
I have 8 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned under the provisions of S-Res 902 until 10 a.m. on Thursday, November 21. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Wise nomination. Further, that at 11 a.m., the Senate vote on the cloture motions with respect to the Wise and Weilheimer nominations in the order listed. Further, that following the cloture vote on the Weilheimer nomination, the Senate resume consideration of the Desai nomination, and that the Senate vote on the confirmation of the Desai nomination at 1:45 p.m. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Under the previous order and pursuant to S-Res 902, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, November 21st, 2024, and does so as a further mark of respect to the late Tim Johnson, former senator from South Dakota. The Senate is adjourned.